Hello again, everyone. How's it going today? Happy Wednesday. We are back for some more Lego building. We are working on the gantry for the Artemis launch system, and I was looking at the picture, like the finished box picture, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be a lot bigger than the camera. Let's see. We've got 3 tiers here. Not including the first 2, which, you know, it expands to. So, let's see. Yeah, there's 7 more on top of that. So, yeah, this is gonna get a lot bigger. So, there will probably come a point in time where I am putting it here to show it. Because, you guys are not going to be able to see it otherwise. It's a big gantry. It's a big gantry. All right. Let's go ahead and turn it that way. Open up bag number 14. Howdy, Bahamut. How's it going? Maybe I need to just not get as many tall sets for the stream. I don't know. Interesting choice for a 1x1 brick color, plate color. Because this is normally one of the flesh tones. I think it's like medium nougat or something. Alright, that goes right here. Petitions for a Castle Greyhawk build. I mean, if you want to get Lego to make a set of that. Okay, so 1 by our 4L bars. Get our lightsaber hilts. What? All on a Wednesday? I know. It's like things are finally getting back to normal. Who could have possibly predicted? There we go. And then do the same thing here. So how's everyone doing today? Happy hump day. Alright, so this is going right there. Connecting in there. And this one is going in there. And connecting down there. There we go. Probably going to have to do one of these on the back, I imagine. Well, first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to turn this in. So it makes it at an angle. Full up on cheese curds, that's how you're doing. I have never had cheese curds. Okay, we do another one of these 1x2s with bars, 1x1 medium nougat, I think. Flesh tone. Okay, and then we are doing the exact same bar setup. So 4L bars, 2 lightsaber hilts, you were unlucky enough the auto shop dudes know you by sight. They know me by sight too, but I've also been going there for decades. That said, I did have multiple transmissions replaced with them in the past, back when I had a stick shift. You recommend deep-fried cheese curds? I mean, maybe. It is not exactly a staple of local cuisine. Okay, get that in there, and this is going down not quite to the dark gray. There we go. How long can an adult dragon fly continuously? That's not really covered. I think the standard rules for overland travel would apply, so probably 10 hours. A lot of that is mostly gliding. It's not exactly a staple, it's just a well-known local dish. I don't think there's anyone who has crab like multiple times a week. Okay, then we are getting the modern version of the toggle joints. The old versions had teeth so that you would put them together like this and they would stay at a fixed angle. These are smooth. Get one there. Seafood in general? No, I don't think so. Maybe in times past it was for Baltimore, but you also have to keep in mind that I'm actually like quite a ways inland. Like, crab may be a big Maryland dish, but I'm pretty sure it was never a big thing in, say, Garrett County, which is in the Panhandle. Quick question, do the Sawhagen have any other gods, or is it just the Great Devil Shark? It's basically just Sekala. They can worship other things, though. Okay, time to build 4 of these things. Like, they can worship Anguillesis, they can worship, Bull Hydra. I would say that none of those form, like, you don't get pantheons, though. And, of course, Malenti can worship, Deep Seychelles. Feels bad for Bahamut loves seafood. Seafood is bad. I do not like seafood. It is untasty to me. Just wondering because gestures to the surprising amount of forgotten pantheons lost after 2E. Yeah. They kind of always just had the one god, but like you could find other like tribes that worship other deities. It's just a thing where like the priesthood of Sekala is not going to allow priests of Ol Hydra to live. They wouldn't allow priests of Panzuriel to live, that kind of thing. Howdy, Mr. Wolverine, how's it going? They're nobility. They're like it's a mutation, but it is seen as an advantageous mutation. So four-armed Sawhagan tend to go far in Sawhagan society, shall we say? All right, now let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. But there's a lot of deities underwater that they can worship, just, you know, not in a way that would form a pantheon for them. Toss the idea to your DM about an aquatic campaign. Yeah, we started one in my my old group many years ago, and it lasted like 2 sessions. There are some good 2nd edition materials on that. Sea of Fallen Stars, Forgotten Realms accessory is good. There's a good Dragon Magazine article that has some information on like playing crabmen. Isn't there a demon in D&D that can control anything with water breathing? No? That control anything with water breathing is probably a later thing. Like, that could be Demogorgon, that could be Dagon. Demogorgon is worshipped by Ixatzatl. Those heavily specialized environments get quite annoying after some time. Yeah, I mean, like, it's very limiting. Like, if you're playing a Forgotten Realms campaign, a standard Forgotten Realms campaign, you can, like, grab a Greyhawk adventure and just, like, you know, file the names off. Oh, this is, rather than starting in Greyhawk, it starts in the city of Greyhawk, it starts in Waterdeep. You know, rather than going to Castle Greyhawk, you're going to, I don't know, something in the Crypt Garden Forest. You know, that kind of thing. Dagon has very little detail in 2nd edition, which is actually a good thing in my opinion, because there is a Semitic deity called Dagon. Like, that's where the Dagon of demonology comes from. Alright. Let's slide that right in there. Slide that around there. And connect that in. I'm going to want to turn a lot of these, though. There we go. Need to check your 5th edition books. Yeah, I mean, like, I would never allow a, even a deity, a full, like, greater god to control intelligent creatures. So, you know, saying that they could, you know, like, fish will serve them, yeah, that's fine. But if, like, you can't attack them as sea elves because they, or mermen, merfolk, because they would, you know, he'd be able to control them, no, that's like right out. It's bad. What was that keep you're thinking of, like, northeast of Mithranor? Ironfang Keep, I think? Not a whole lot of information about that one. Oh, maybe you're thinking of Zental Keep. I was thinking of, like, a dungeon location, not an actual city filled with one of the major villains of the Forgotten Realms. Right, but so the issue is being able to take away free will. Both from, you know, a game perspective of players. Like, it's one thing if they cast Charm and the saving throw has failed. Like, that's a separate thing. You know, you had your chance to resist it. It wasn't automatic. And obviously things like elves have defense against that. But if it's just, boom, you encounter this thing, and sorry, I as a dungeon master get to take over your character now completely, and there's nothing you can do about it, that's bad. That's bad design. And just from you know, thinking about it from the perspective of, I don't know, ontological perspective, I guess. You know, having intelligent life forms not have their free will kind of thing, it's not great. But animals, yeah, no, that's fine. Like, one of the common things that I will do is, like, you know, animals, like a certain type of animal will not attack a deity unless magically compelled. So you can still, like, charm a thing, and it only affects, you know, normal animals. So, like, you know, a wolf wouldn't, but a warg could, because they're intelligent. Okay, this goes in here. And this goes in here. And we angle it that way. And we get some friction half pins in here and here. There we go. So I do kind of like how we got this, like, slight angle back here and a steeper angle here. You can see these at an angle. Alright, that is going to go up there, okay. The only Oberth demon that is still labeled an Oberth because some became Tanari without a form of madness ability is Pazuzu. Boy became the missing link because he felt like it. See, I haven't decided what I'm going to do about Pazuzu when I get to the Mesopotamian deities because... I don't know. I mean, he's not... I would say that he's not changed too much, so I could do it. But I might, like, have it be that there was a separate demon called Hazrael, and that's why he has the two names. Oh, it was definitely good, and I've definitely had people ask me to replay that, Mr. Wolverine, so it will probably come eventually. Howdy, Duke Darkwood. How's it going? There we go. Get that turned in there. Lightly brush on a chess video on YouTube, your front page becomes chess videos and shorts. It's very annoying how you like watch something and all of a sudden now YouTube wants to give you nothing but that. I solve that by rewatching a lot of stuff, like music videos. Oh, it's suggesting too much garbage for me? Well then, I will just go and watch some music videos that I've watched before. Hey look, now it's suggesting music videos. Not that that lasts long, but... Ordered the minifig vending machine? Nice. Did, first thing was a penny short? Yeah, I know. It's, I hate when that happens. You took advantage of the, insider prices? There's some good sets on sale. Sadly, some of which I had just recently purchased. You removed that video from the watch history and that solved the issue? Oh, I should actually do that. Just make sure that Pazuzu can cast Kerplunk and TPK your party when you're almost to Hargon. Oh, don't worry. There's something else that I have to make sure that Pazuzu has. And if you're unsure, go look at actual pictures of the statuary. Doesn't Pazuzu have the wind crystal? There we go. Got that in there. Is this being pushed down somehow? Shows higher. Whatever. Go. Get that right on there. Oh, Hellgate Keep is really far away from Mithranor, not a rogue AI. It also got blowed up. Like, that's kind of like saying, isn't London northwest of Australia? And like, yes, that is technically true. Would not exactly be the first point of reference that I would think of, though. Yeah, it's west of the Anarok. It's not even that close to the Anarok, I don't really. What is it hitting? Oh, it's hitting against that, right. I didn't see it because it was dark gray. Found the thing that explains it in 5th edition. It was mostly wrong. It was Dagon, it wasn't water breathing, it was swim speed. See, the thing about, like, that's a hard save to make, right? Like 21 DC? I don't know DC. Like, I don't play games with that. The thing about saving throws in 2nd edition is that they always get better, to the point where when you're very high level, you're pretty unlikely to lose them unless there's a penalty. Alright, spare parts. We got a gray lightsaber hilt and a... pretty sure this is... well, actually, this might just be nougat. 1x1 plate, rather than light nougat. There we go. Alright, bag number 15. Mr. Wolverine, there was a time when I did seriously consider learning Danish. It was entirely because I love a certain Danish toy. Alright. Next up, we get even closer to the camera. Oh yeah, no, this is the point where it's too tall now for the camera. All right. There we go. I need to like weigh some. I need some weights on this to keep it flat, because otherwise it's tilting over. You're welcome, Mr. Wolverine. Alright, I need to be careful about how far I go in that direction. There's a lot of 4x4s with cutouts, dang. Brother picked up a vintage space set at some LEGO Expo he went to recently. It's a space shuttle set, but not the one you remember having ages ago. The one with the red latticework pillars. Wasn't even a NASA shuttle. 6339. Is that the one on the trailer? You know what? I can actually look. I think I have a tab up. Oh no, it was the later really cool actual space shuttle with gantry. No, yeah, that's a really good one. That is a really good one. But speaking of LEGO space shuttles, I was it was some years ago. I was watching The Firm, the movie The Firm. And there's one point where Tom Cruise's character has his house ransacked, and he's like, you know, like at the house looking, like just annoyed at the fact that it got ransacked, obviously, as you would. And there is a Lego space shuttle set there on slightly pulled out of one of the shelves. I'm pretty sure it's a case of like, let's just get some things to put on the shelves, but it does prove that his character is an adult fan of Lego. See, I just give deities, well, avatars specifically, powers like can do death spell and stuff like that. Although you really do not want to mess with one of the Titans in their full-size form. Really, really, really do not. It's a really bad idea. Very, very bad idea. They do a lot of damage. $1682, yeah. 1682 is very nice, and it's an American exclusive, which is pretty cool. I have 1 point more than one of that set, although I mainly know that I do because I got a whole bunch of parts from an old friend that has never been sorted through, and they're in really bad shape. And one of the pieces from the external tank is discolored, and one of the lattice pieces is broken. So that was kind of a thing of like, I don't really care. I don't even care. And pick out all the 3L bars from these half pins with bars. There we go. So there's that. And this is what these are used for. They slide in there, and then this slides in there. And that is mainly so that you can't push this too far down. There we go. So we got these two posts. Wait a second. That's the wrong one. It's gray. I need blue. New version of the Sea Serpent, not only does it have fewer minifigs, it also traded out the green pennant for standard blue and gold ones. It's fine. I mean, it's not really intended to be a redo of the other one, I don't think. I've really only glanced at the pictures. I did order some stuff that to get it, though. And the 2 minifigs, that I'm not surprised about at all. It is a gift with purchase. Two minifigs seems like is kind of a lot. I mean, not a lot, but I mean it's kind of par for the course for something of that size. Okay, there we go. Now we do. So we are replacing the 1L beams here with these, I think, and this is going to go like this, I think, or like this. Minifig vending machine is on back order, but only by like 1 week. But the telescope and gift with purchase should be coming pretty soon. Yeah, always got to order something when you're doing a back order with. This is for other people, since you obviously know. When you're doing a back order, and there's a gift with purchase, you always have to order something that is not back ordered at the same time. Otherwise, you might not get the gift with purchase. Yeah, I ordered a couple things that were back-ordered as well. There we go. Incidentally, for those looking at getting the 3-in-1 Haunted House, that does have an insider's price. It's back-ordered, but hey. It's a good set. Although there is going to be a Halloween Town series of sets coming out. Okay, so this is in the front. We haven't seen any pictures, only a torso. I don't know what it's going to entail. Alright, I need to pop it up so that I can push down on it. There we go. The minifig vending machine is really nice. I built that a couple sessions ago. Was it the week before last, I think? Shouldn't gods be overwhelmingly powerful to face? Well, so you shouldn't be able to, like, in the sense that, yes, if you face the god themselves, you're just dead. Unless you have the special MacGuffin that is the only way to not be dead. I.e., story plot armor, DM MacGuffin, that kind of thing. But the avatars should be powerful too, but not as powerful because they're just avatars. You're not horribly inclined to turn a D&D campaign into an SNES RPG, so you do not think the players should be trying to murder gods that often. Yeah, but Clouth, the question is, does the god have a kick and battle theme? Because if so, then they need to be murdered. Like, if you ever get to face a god and you're in combat with them, and the music starts, and it's just like, this is bad, then you know that you should not be killing that god. That's how these things work. And if the battle theme is bad, well, I think you answered your question already. Alright, gotta turn this up again. Doesn't feel good pushing down on that. Ah, there we go. That's better. There's a reason they never gave the lady stats? Yes, that is correct. And if they did in later editions, then you can feel free to ignore it. As I do. I mean, the main reason that I give deities avatars in the first place is just because that's what's been done already. Like the format that I'm using has avatars. If it didn't, then I wouldn't. Now, I will say that the avatar does, like, even if you never face the avatar themselves, you know, or you, as a dungeon master, you never plan to use them, there is interesting information in that. Like, you've got appearance, you've got bits of character, like, do they prefer to use magic? Do they prefer to talk? Do they prefer to go hog wild with melee? You know, that kind of thing. And it can give a dungeon master ideas for, you know, special, suitable to a worshipper magic items and stuff. There's a 4L bar. Once you give something stats, it can be killed. Yeah, and that's why second edition specifically does avatars. They're not the deity stats; they're the avatar stats. More 3L bars. And that's the biggest complaint with the first edition Deities and Demigods Cyclopedia, aka the later reproduced Legends and Lore for first edition, because it really did treat all the gods as just jumped up monsters. Like, the amount of player-related information in there is basically a chart at the back of the book. If it rolls for initiative, we can kill it. And that's what I like about second edition with going for the things just being avatars, is that, like, yeah, you can kill them, but unless they attack you first, you're really going to piss off that god, and they're not going to be happy, because you have not killed the god, you've just eliminated some of its power temporarily. Mind you, I would not want to face the vast majority of the avatars that I have created. They are quite powerful. Like, it's kind of interesting because the monster mythology avatars are actually kind of weak. Like, some of those avatars, it's like, it's a 7th level thief and a 10th level illusionist. I mean, that's not weak, but for a manifestation of a deity, it's only mid-level as opposed to high-level. Well, obviously, if you fortify yourself with cornflakes, then everything's going to be fine. Not a very big fan of high-level D&D campaigns in any capacity, though. Stuff seems to start going downhill past level 7. Level 7, I would say, is at the start of like, mid-level, not high-level. No, but I do agree to a certain extent, because, like, I don't want to just use, like, power word kills on my players. And there's a lot of instant death spells at the high level, you know, even not even at the super high level. I mean, power word kill is, of course, 9th level, but death spell is only, like, 6th. That's, okay, so we're doing it on here. Okay, so there's that. Now we're making another one of these. Probably just pull all these parts over here. Well, and Duke Darkwood, they were considering more because they didn't cover everything. They just covered the player-facing stuff. Which is one reason why I started doing my Monster Mythology project, which would actually probably cover a lot more than one book of the same size. Oops. I do think it's a shame that they never did the humanoid deities, though. I mean, I like what I did with them, but It's kind of to be expected. They shortchanged us on rabbit deities? You mean because they never covered El Herrera and Frith? And the Black Rabbit of Inlay? Well, I'm glad that's what you were going for. There we go. Alright, so spare parts. 1L beam in gray and a black friction pin. Bag number 16. Looks like it's basically the same as the previous bag. They are some of the best second edition D&D products, in my opinion. Considering that I've been on a project for like 16 years to cover stuff that they didn't cover, I guess it's kind of obvious that I would feel that way. Okay, get that on there. Get that on there. There we go. Skills and powers clearly superior. They're not even in the same category. And no. Oops. There goes there. All of your second edition supplements are on that shelf. Wow. Wow, only one shelf. Terrible. Saw a Reddit post about which FF game you'd want an MMO of. Saw mostly 7, 8, 10, and 12 being stated. I mean, that's kind of down to like what people played the most and what kind of got the most in-game detail. Like, no one's talking about FF1 because there's not a whole lot of actual detail in FF1. You never said how long the shelf is. Point. I concede that point, Tom Brown. You are correct. So I'm actually replaying Final Fantasy VII Remake right now because I played it originally on console. That was what the LP was on. So, but I'm not getting the newer consoles. So if I want to play the, you know, Rebirth, which came out 2 years ago, and then the one that's coming out next year, whose name I forget, I need to play on PC. And after I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake, they came out with the Intergrade. So that has some new content. So when I do FF7 Rebirth, I will have the Intergrade stuff all ready to go. So we can run through that and then go into FF7 Rebirth. And then when it comes out next year, whatever the third one is, which I don't remember. They're all R words. I can say that much. Mind you, I did the thing where it's like, start at super high level. Like, sure. Revelations, thank you. Should watch my FF7 Remake LP. I think you stopped watching it after a few episodes. Gasp. Didn't keep your interest. I really, really like the world they built and the character interactions. The combat was kind of meh. It's a lot better when I'm super high level, because, hey, I'm over-leveled. Weird how that works, huh? I actually think that if the I would probably enjoy it quite a bit more if I was like just like 5 levels higher than what they kind of expect you to be. Although they still definitely needed to change the Hell House fight. That was just bad. Maybe you should grab a picture of the D&D shelves and put it on the Discord sometime? Yeah. You have to move the Lego tub and maybe your nightstand. I'd have to take off all the stuff that's in front of the D&D stuff on my shelf. I never got off the first disc in Final Fantasy VII, so I do need to play the original one of these days as well. You should rewatch the Haggling Simulator LP, Betrayal of Krondor. Hey, don't forget the off-screen running back to sell everything, all the loot. I did so much of that. Like, all right, well, the episode is ending. I am going to spend like an hour picking up all of the garbage loot and selling it because money is limited in the game. And it turns out I didn't actually need to do all that because there is enough money by the time you get past, like, the beginning. But hey. Ah, yes, right. Inventory management hell, yes. I think that my favorite thing about that game, actually, is the fact that the engine was the engine they used for, I think, like, the Red Baron games, flight sims. Like, that is just such a great little tidbit, I think. Like, who knew you could use a flight sim engine for an RPG, right? Then you look at Descent to Undermountain. You never have enough money. That is true. That is true. It's very, very true. I grabbed the wrong axle. I grabbed a 7L, not a 5L. Had to completely refresh Twitch because Twitch decided to be a butt to you. So Twitch twitched. Howdy, Aogra, how's it going? Beats trying to stuff a 3D action RPG for the Saturn on a golf game engine. Wow. Doing work junk. Well, hopefully the work junk will be finished soon. All right, black 2L axle through here to connect these up. Okay, and we get this on here. There we go. And then another of the core parts. Yeah, I definitely don't want the stream to crash, knock on wood. Things have been pretty good for a little bit, though. Pretty happy with where we are right now. I've not had Twitch freeze very often for me when I'm, like, watching someone. Yeah, Descent to Undermountain is not very good, from what I've heard as well. It just does not play very well. It's very, very glitchy. In part because, like, I think part of it is because they tried to put gravity into a non-gravity 3D flight sim, because it was a space flight sim. Whereas, Betrayal at Krondor didn't actually care. Howdy, Gilded Tongue, how's it going? Like, there's no gravity in Betrayal at Krondor. You didn't need to do that. Doing okay? That's good. Better than not doing okay. I have not gotten around to Underworld because a couple times that I have tried it, I just wasn't happy with how it was playing on my machine. and I haven't gone back. And I'm not very familiar with either of them anyway. So they're not like burning a hole in my really want to replay it kind of thing. Yep, no Underworld LPs from me. You replay it like once a year? Oops, that's the wrong one. Old really wants to play the Runes of Virtue games? No. I will condemn you to play nothing but the SNES Ultima 7, if you're not careful. I have that power. Well, I mean, like, one of the reasons Ultima Underworld 2 is a better game is just because it's better tied to Ultima. Ultima Underworld 1 just kind of feels like a game with some lore and stuff tacked on, as opposed to an actual, like, part of the series. Whereas Underworld 2 explicitly takes place between Ultima 7 Part 1 and Ultima 7 Part 2. Ultima 7 SNES counts as cruel and unusual punishment. Luckily, I am not a government. I'm not restricted by your not allowed to do cruel and unusual punishment. 4 to 6 hours to recharge, wow. That makes me think the battery might not be doing so well. I can still be charged and tried for denial of rights? Well, yeah, but you could just not play a game. Like, that's the thing. I mean, I would curse you to always, like, any game that you played would become Ultima 7 SNES. So you could just not play a game. You read a book, watch some TV, something like that, you know? You were watching someone stream that a couple days ago. It was not very fun. Yeah, I streamed, I did like one stream of it a while back. It is not a good game. It is shocking. Like, it's especially amazing considering that the SNES Ultima 6 is, like, 100% faithful. It's very weird. I mean, I know some of it was because of the, you know, SNES, like, Nintendo bowdlerizing demands, but even so, it's kind of, like, they went above and beyond that. Should play the revived NES U5 and then SNES U6, just do all the decent console Ultimas. See, I still need to play the FM Towns FF6. I've been saying that for God knows how long. It's got Richard Garriott speaking, doing voices. Ooh. Come back here. I don't think I need that anymore, but just get back here anyway. I still need to wrap up the Ages of Darkness games. I don't know what you're talking about. Other than the Ultima Underworlds and Ultima 2 and 3, I've pretty much played all the Ultima games. Oh, that one, right? Yes. Sorry, I thought you were referring to the games that shall not be named. There's no such thing. Like, it's been so long since I did my FM Towns stuff that I'm not, like, I'd have to, like, refigure out how to run all of that stuff again. That's part of the problem. That's one of the reasons why I haven't done that. There's a reason why so much of my my emulated content is stuff that is just kind of plug and play. You know, load up the NES emulator, select the ROM, boom, away you go. Yeah, but they could have used one of the larger, like... There is a larger cartridge type. DOSBox, just treat it like DOS, easy peasy. Yeah, exactly. Like, my biggest complaint these days about DOS games is just that if you go and buy, like, the legitimate copy these days from, like, GOG or Steam or something, they've usually done some stuff that I don't know how to deal with. And you can't just, like, copy the files into your own DOSBox instance. Because, A, they're generally still using a slightly older version of DOSBox, which is bizarre considering that the current version has been out forever. And like, I want to run it the way that I want to run it. So I tend to have to buy it and then also go to an abandonware site and get it. It's very annoying. Alright. Let's slide that on there. Two largest SNES games were on 48 megabit. Yeah. One was apparently compressed, and its uncompressed size would have been 96 megabits. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, it is, like, Ultima 7 as is, like, but they could have used, like, the 12 engine. or something, you know? I mean, not the 12. Sorry. I was thinking of the 12 megabits. They could have used the Ultima 6 engine. Things would look different, but it would still work. You know, and making the world smaller, understandable. Like, having it not be murders, understandable. Like, those aren't even the things that I'm complaining about. Just changing the gameplay as much as they did, it's, like, weird. Ald should be made to LP Baldur's Gate 3 as a Gnome Warlock Old Ones pact. But I don't want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, if it won a Patron's Choice request, I would play it. But I don't really want to play it. Okay, so this is going here. And we slide this on here. You're joking because that character seems not good for much fun to you? Well, I don't know that I would have much fun with the game itself. That's the thing. That's my point. I mean, so the thing is like, I can generally find fun. I mean, King's Quest VII is not fun, but I had fun LPing it. Howdy, Gnosis Doc, how's it going? Oh, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Alright, so spare parts. We've got a gray 3L bar. Lego indeed. Gray half bushing, gray bushing, and a red friction half pin. So we are currently building the gantry for the Artemis. It is taller than the camera, so I had to lay it on its side. And it's getting still taller. Let's see, what are we looking at? Okay, we got 3 more sections. We got 3 more sections. What's a gantry? This thing? The thing that supports the rocket? So, as Nadarogai posted at the very beginning of the stream, it's related to the word cantilever. So it's because of this structure here. How far can I get this back without it falling off the table? How did it take you over 2 years to realize this reference? Maybe 3? How long has Artemis been publicly known? What? What reference? Oh, Artemis for Apollo? Yeah. No, that's fair. I mean, like, it's... Like, to me, when I talk about Apollo the rocket, I don't really connect it to Apollo the god because of context. You know, the context is the rocket. If I talk about Apollo the god, I don't think about the rocket. So, yeah, I was the same way. I didn't make that connection either because I'm thinking of Apollo as, you know, when I'm talking about the rocket, it's just talking about the name of the rocket. It's a weird thing. It's not really a pun. It's a reference. During this conversation, just hit you for some reason out of the blue. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate. I do tend to appreciate the references to the single probes, because that's talking about a single probe as opposed to like a whole line. We need some Apollo puns quick. Howdy, Seagull. How's it going? Oh, there's some new pictures of the Lego Hubble out as well, so that looks pretty nice. It's basically like minifig scale. Yeah, something like that. El Polo, something like that. Is the chicken. I mostly know it from restaurant names. It is a big Hubble, yes. It's like minifig scale. Except it's not really minifig scale now that I think about it, because minifig scale tends to be selectively compressed. Yeah, Pollo. El Pollo. Something like that. I have not taken Spanish. All of my Spanish is from, like, television, store names, osmosis, that kind of thing. I tried to take Latin, and I do not know what chicken is in Latin. It is probably related to pollo. In fact, yeah, it should be, because poultry. Here. Pollo and poultry, related words. Alright, let's go ahead and start getting these parts. Pullus. There you go. See? Related. Okay, there we go. I get that right in there. Now, Seagull, you should be doing the new Latin. Iconche. Enhe. Oosteray. Howdy, Vigastry. How's it going? Took Latin once too. It was fun, but you sure can't remember any of it? I remember one of the words. One of the words that I remember is also one of the words that my father remembered. Pretty much because he mentioned that on multiple occasions that was the word that he remembered. Agricola, which means farmer. Hence agriculture. Which movie was that from? Yeah, I believe that was Robin Hood Men in Tights. Which is a great movie. There we go. Got that in there. Now I need a 5L axle. I have not seen other axles, so that's good. Yeah, slightly different. Gilded tongue, slightly. Alright, now I need another axle connector. There we go. Turn it back there. And I need the 2L axle. There we go. There we go. Okay, now on this side, a 1x2 plate. You know, 1x1 to 1x2 upward bracket, 1x1 to 1x2 downward bracket right there. And this goes on right there. There we go. And then locking this in with a bushing. Howdy, Kinshir, how's it going? Okay, now to get the other central part. A tolerable 70-ish today. Yeah, it definitely cooled down. It is going to get a little bit warmer here, which is good because that means that the air conditioner will start kicking on again. I sleep better when it is cold. Oh, actually, yeah, it's 78. It has gone up since this afternoon. It was not this warm at like 4 or 3. There we go. I'm actually regretting not turning down the air conditioner a little bit before I came to do this build. I'm getting a little warm with all the lights kind of shining right on me. There we go. Oh, right. I need to actually put these on. My bad. There we go. Alt is not built for heat. And it's actually made worse since I have a medical issue going on right now that makes me feel hotter. Oh, there that goes. Where'd you go? Ah. Alright. Dropped a piece on the floor. Where did you go? I have no idea. Alright, hold on. Alright, well that was fun. It went over behind my computer and tried to hide. Under a shelf as well. And 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. There were 2 pieces left in this bag that I did not get out. Alright. There we go. Usually where all the crossfire balls go. So you two got caught up in the crossfire? You'll get caught up in the crossfire. I had a friend who had that. Actually had the balls, too. Crossfire and Hungry Hungry Hippos. The 2 games where, generally, you pretty quickly lose the ability to play them. There we go. Okay. There we go. Got that. Now for the cross braces. Not sure if this is a better place to not lose parts where I've currently set up compared to the last place that I've set up for LEGO streams. I think things were more likely to be accessible to my hands in the other place. So there is that. Alright, there we go. Wow, that's an unusual change, Bahamut. Generally, everything's been getting more expensive. Alright, there we go. Now we build the supports. I actually kind of hate the fact that, like, soda, where I am right now, like, you basically only buy it on sale. Because the prices are so high. It's over $10 for a 6-pack, which is not a 6-pack, a 12-pack, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, so when there's like buy two get two free, yeah, I'm building a wall. You know, I got a wall of soda boxes in my house. Sorely tempted to get a CO2 carbonator to avoid buying them. It just wouldn't be the same though. Okay, let's see. 1x4, two 2x2 corners. Six-pack soda, you think, went down to $7 to $8. The 12-packs are still expensive at $14. Yeah, I will grant you. I mean, you do have it worse considering that you're up in Alaska, Bahamut. You do have it worse. Yeah, my issue is that like the store brand stuff or local, like there's actually a pretty good local cola brand. I haven't had it in a really long time though. Partly because they don't have like a Mountain Dew version, and I'm not interested in Coke variants, generic Cokes kind of thing. You have Mountain Lion. Plus, I get 0 sugar these days, too, and the local stuff isn't 0 sugar. Okay, that goes on here. Alright, 2 1x2s. It's got a $3 2-liter of Peruvian Inca Cola. Your brain has been corrupted with Magic the Gathering. Well, we've known that. It's fine. Oop, there's a 2L axle in here as well. Okay, and this goes on right here. There we go. Alright, now for the center column part again. You also had a scary dream about Minecraft. I actually vaguely remembered a dream last night. Not that there was anything interesting about it, I just actually remembered it. Well, okay. I remember going to the bathroom in the dream, and I think that's why I remembered it. Because when I woke up, I was like, you know, I kind of have to go to the bathroom. What would a dream be without a bathroom break, right? There we go. Now we have 2 clips on here. So the other issue with the local soda is that I'd have to get it in 2 liters, 2-liter bottles, which, you know, not as convenient as a can. There we go. All right, and spare part, a blue 3L bar. Better or worse repetition? Better because it's not as much. That was so much more repetition. Oh, actually, spare part, also a 1x1 plate. I missed that. It was gray on gray. Is that better than a Highway to the Danger Zone, Vigistry? Okay. We are actually capping this part off now. There we go. And it is still on camera. Well, it can't go on forever, because the box was most certainly limited in size. I do have something very special to build when this is done, though. I think you guys will be excited. It again might exceed the space on my table, but, you know, we make do. Oh yeah, I definitely get that, Bahamut. Sadly, I would just be left with drinking water and milk, and I can't live that way. I need some other flavors. I tried some, like, Gatorade, like, flavored water with, like, you know, electrolytes. Oh, wow, that was not good. Do not get that stuff. It's not good. Hypothetically, you can't build a Lego tower more than 375,000 bricks tall. I imagine it would depend on the overall size. Like, what are the dimensions of this tower? Yeah, I don't like tea. Never have. Apparently, at least of a 2x2 brick, that'd be the weight it would take to crush the bottom brick. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that even if you built it broad, then you would still be crushing the bottom bricks. And that's with no other weight involved, which is one reason why building a house out of Lego, as people frequently say I or other Lego fans should do, is not really feasible. There is indeed. You grew up on tea? I mean, we always had tea. Like, my mother is a tea drinker. If she's going to drink something like that, you know, it's not coffee, it's tea. We basically always had, like, iced tea, because my father liked iced tea. I never did. Never did. Can you get a decanter of Endless Mountain Dew? You'd have to make it yourself. They don't exist, so that is something that you'd have to develop and create yourself. Sorry. 375k bricks would also be 3.5 kilometers tall. Details. I was like, you know, I'm pretty sure I have brick height on here somewhere. I could probably calculate this, and I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not sorry at all, just cruel. Well, I can be both. I am, like, rather amused that my players have mostly been, like... Well, Braxton mostly. Can I get a magic item that does this? Or I want to check to see if there are magic items that do this in town. I'm like, there aren't. You need to commission that. And then never gets it commissioned. I'm not sure that he actually cares about an item that does that then, you know? If he's not willing to commission it himself. There we go. Alright, so we got the 4 of those on. And now we have that. Can we commission a bag that is forever full of tasty snacks and only tasty snacks? Sure. It'll be a bag of endless breakfast cereal. Oh, yeah. Alright, so we got our brackets on there, and this goes on right here. Right on here. There we go. That isn't a tasty snack? Wow. I used to snack on frosted mini wheats. Wait, I said breakfast cereal. I meant breakfast soup. Yeah, cinnamon toast breakfast soup. Those are both good as cereal, as breakfast soup, and dry as a snack. They're also extremely sugary, so, you know, not exactly the healthiest. Oh, yeah. Oh, the air conditioner just kicked on. Thank you. Kind of sucks how all of the best breakfast soups are really not healthy for you. It was kind of funny. My parents would never get me things like the Cookie Crisp ones or the marshmallow ones, but Fruit Loops, that was fine. Okay, we get a double stack at the top as well. And we slide that right on there. You just like Cheerios? In terms of, like, the plain breakfast soups, I liked Kix. Although, I like to put a little sugar in them, too. So, you know. Again, kind of defeats the purpose. But they're actually still pretty good, as is. These days, what I like is the apple cinnamon Cheerios. Mikey also liked Kix, it's true. Hey, Mikey, y'all likes it. But then I did have some Cookie Crisp at, like, I think at a cousin's house, and I was like, you know what? These actually aren't all that great. Can't have Fruit Loops anymore? Your body can't handle it? Too much sugar? Or what? Yeah, I mean, I don't get cereal anymore because I have a tendency to, like... Oh, the grain. Yeah, okay, I get that. I have a tendency to, like, pour it in, and then, you know, like, you fill the bowl with the cereal, then you pour the milk in, you eat up all the cereal, you still got some milk, so you pour some more cereal in, so you eat all that up. So I tend to eat more than just one thing of, you know, like one bowl at a time. That's one reason why I don't buy too much breakfast soup anymore. Although, technically I do because I have switched over to those packets of instant oatmeal. Which, you know, do have their calories. Sugar content. But I stick with just the packet. And that's why. Although I put raisins in. Although, unfortunately, my container of raisins, because of all the rain that we've had lately, the ants found it. So that was unfortunate. Luckily, it was only about a quarter full. But still, there's a lot of raisins to throw away. Okay, here is the top. There we go. Used to love oatmeal as a kid, but you think you ate so much as a kid you ended up hating oatmeal? Well, it's all like your tastes can just change too. Like I used to hate pepper as a kid, but now there's certain things it's just not right if there's not enough pepper in it, kind of thing. And like, I made a big thing of soup for my family, and when I offered to make some, oh whoops, actually there is another layer. My bad. My sister was like, yes, but only if you put less pepper in it. So I put a third less pepper in it, and then put extra pepper in my own bowl. And they loved it. And I'm like, it wasn't peppery enough. So tastes do change. Alright, so spare parts, a gray 1L beam, and a black friction pin. There we go. Slide this on right there. Alright, gantry is mostly done. Not quite. We have some external stuff to put on. Well, I don't like pepper on everything, just certain things. Eggs, creamy pastas, corn chowder. But still, like, you know, I'll see, like, those, you know, TV show of someone getting a salad at a restaurant, and they'll come over with a big pepper grinder, and I'm just like, why would you put pepper in your salad? Not that I've ever actually tried it. But it just seems like something that wouldn't go together. To me. But what do I know? Give salad a little pep? I don't want pep in my salad. Alright, dark gray, yes. And frictionless half pin. And an angled bar there. And we'll do one on the other side. Where is the piece? There it is. Staring right at it. Okay, half pin. There it is. Never understood why people like blue cheese. It can be good in certain circumstances. Quiznos used to have a black and blue salad, which was blue cheese and strips of steak. And that was really good. But, you know, and I would get blue cheese myself for a salad with chicken in it that I'd make myself. But I did specifically find that if it didn't taste salty... Love that Quiznos salad? Yeah. I wish there were still Quiznos around me. I don't think there are any. I got a brand that wasn't very, like, that tasted salty, although I verified, like, by the ingredients, it didn't have any more salt than the other, like another brand. So it was very weird. But it was delicious. But now it's not sold in my local grocery store anymore, sadly. Howdy, Sealan, how's it going? Oh, the Quiznos subs were good too. I liked the French dip one, or the beef dip one, whatever it was called. I got that a lot. Lost 4 Dairy Queens in Alaska. Closed down without any reason given. Yeah, that happens. Triple digits ever occurred. 100 months. Subscribe to Tier 1. Thank you very much. So there we go. Get that on there. Like, I think it's a shame that Quiznos is, like, for the most part, gone under. I mean, they really had some financial problems. I like them a lot better than Subway. And now, finally, to eat your dinner. Dinner. I haven't had dinner yet. Okay, so this is going there. And we need the axle with stop. There it is. Okay, so this is going here. And these are going in there, alright. we go. Had to take Mom to the ER. Ooh, she got in a fight with a bee and lost. Ooh, I hope she's okay. Okay, got them in there. Now a 1x3 tile right there. Okay. 11L axle. Yep, that's it. Actually making use of these. Sadly, you prefer Subway over the others? I mean, it's all just personal preference. Nothing wrong with that. There's no reason to be sad about that. Shot about epinephrine and a steroid later, and she's fine? Well, that's good. They did not give me steroids when I had my allergic reaction because of other things I'm on. Okay, so turn this out. Pop that in here. There we go. Luckily, my allergic reaction was nothing that was going to kill me. That's a good thing for me. It was just very, very, very annoying. It's possible if you look very closely at the last Wednesday stream I did, because that's like I was already developing it then, and it was only after the stream that I was like looking at what was going on that I was like, oh yeah, these are definitely hives. Because like it's one hive is basically a bug bite. Like, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. It's only when you start getting more than you should have gotten from bugs that it's like, oh yeah, that's what's going on. Oh, I need to do 2 of these. Great. So the con this last weekend, you picked up a blanket with an adorable Keith Haring centaur motif that you're going to use as a curtain? Nice. Yep, alright. There we go, now we make another one. I'm going to go ahead and make this part first because it's easier. Go-to sandwich, a toasted Italian herb and cheese BLT with pepper jack pickles, green peppers, banana peppers, mayo, salt, and pepper. It's a lot of stuff. Mine is like the multiple meats one. I can't remember what it's called because I don't go to Subway very often. In fact, I think the local Subway closed. And yeah, it did. And just like plain. I like it plain. Just ham and cheese. Howdy, Shield of Hope, how's it going? You just get tuna? Ugh, seafood. But the Subway here closed and was replaced with a hibachi place, which is really nice. I should actually go... Maybe I should go tomorrow. No, I can't go tomorrow. I could go... I can go Friday. Absolute best subs around there from a grocery chain called Wegmans. I'm pretty sure we have Wegmans down here. I don't know if they're not very common, but I think we have them. Okay, so this goes on... No. Wait. Yes, it does go here. All right. It is like that. All right. Okay, and grill tiles. It is a little weird looking at the instructions as at the standing up, and I have the standing on, laying down on its side. Bocce doesn't usually make sandwiches? No, it doesn't make sandwiches. It's just tastier. The food is tastier. Like, I go to my grocery store and I get sliced ham and cheese and make my own subs. And they're yummy. Okay, underside we have a bright orange lightsaber hilt, white 1x1 plate, and a yellow 1x1 cylinder tile. I like ham, yes. It is, it has been stated, very rarely, but it has been stated that I do like ham, yes. I know it might be hard for you guys to know that, like, you know, I mean, you gotta really be a dedicated fan of my channel. A casual viewer is not gonna know that. White 1x2 with round ends. Did I use that somewhere else? I did. Oh. Oh dear. How do I get that off? Surgery time. Whoops. Now I gotta try to put this back together. There we go, alright. There we go. I don't know how I made that error. I think the white one was probably just next to the gray one or something. Actually, my favorite ham is thin-sliced ham. Like, it is... You get the best flavor that way, I feel. So while I don't dislike ham steaks, they're kind of not really any better than a bunch of other foods that I like. Whereas brown sugar or honey glazed thin sliced deli ham on a sandwich, so tasty. Okay, there we go. I have no idea what this is. think you'd really make pulled ham. You'd make pulled pork, which is very different in flavor. Okay, and this goes on here. Wait a second. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I guess it just goes like that. Okay, there we go. Black Forest ham and Swiss with a bit of mustard. Cover the bread in custard and fry it. Mmm. I will pass. Two yellow half bushings here. Don't tell me to turn it over, turn it around. I can't do that. How dare you, instructions? Speaking of interesting sandwiches, last night you had a Monte Cristo for dinner. Don't think I've ever had one of those. I've heard of them. Okay, there we go. What goes into that sandwich? One by one. Technic bricks with cross axles. It's tricky to make. Well, that's why you you go to a restaurant for it. Anything that's tricky to make, just go to a restaurant. That's what they are there for. I mean, if you consider yourself a chef, then sure, I understand why you would want to make it yourself. I get that. I'm just saying, for the average person who is not a chef, just go to a restaurant. And then we have two dinosaur tails, or dinosaur horns. Triceratops horns, they could be that. Ham, turkey, and Swiss served on French toast and pan-fried to golden brown, dusted with powdered sugar, served with raspberry jam for dipping. Not a big fan of turkey, but I would try that. I'd be like, the turkey can't make that bad. Okay. So this aha, okay, so this is why these are here. This goes here. Okay, let me revise what I said in light of what Vigastry just noted. That's why you go to a good restaurant. Alright, so spare parts. Dark gray 1x1 plate. A bright orange lightsaber hilt. Frictionless half pins in gray and white. 1x1 cylinder plate in white. Yellow 1x1 cylinder tile. Yellow half bushing. Gray 1x1 cylinder plate with bar. And a gray angle connector with stud. Bag number 20. Hey, look, roller coaster rails. There's a roller coaster here. Okay, got some brackets on there. Now clear 1x1 cylinder plates. And 1x1 plates with 1x1 bricks with 2 side studs. So this is going to be interesting because we got half a plate difference between these two. Okay, 1x1 tile. And another 1x1 plate. Friction pins in the 2 Technic holes. Okay, on top, another 1x1 Technic brick. Two by 3 centered there. Another friction pin there. Okay, inverse tile. Get some corrugated bricks. Beige 1x3. I think this is the hatch, the boarding passageway. I think I've realized that. Another Technic brick. Clear 1x1 cylinder plate above it, and a grill brick, corrugated brick in there. Alright, rocker hinge. Two by 2 tile with a turntable top or bottom, and then 1x1x2 slopes. So we got this at almost the exact same angle as the slopes. That's pretty nice. A new 2x2 turntable element was used to make the hatch on the crew bridge. There we go. Okay, that goes on there. We get our two old style train fences. These are like a yeah, they're more than a plate thick. They're half a brick thick, so that when they're centered here, they are flush. That is actually pretty nice. I did not realize that. Never quite checked the size of them. There we go. We're not doing anything with those yet. Get some short gray roller coaster tracks. Get them on here for some nice girding. There we go. Okay, and this goes on right here. I need to turn these so that they're at the same angle. There we go. Makes it easier to go in. Oh, oops. Let's get that back on in a second. All right, let's turn it this way. Might be easier. There we go. All right, so there's the crew bridge. And here we have this, and this is going to go on this side. Shoot. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that's the top. There we go. There we go. That's it? Just hangs there? That's weird. Okay. And these two. They go on the side. No, they go like this. It's not quite the same. Yes, that is correct. Okay. It's not quite the same. All right. There we go. Okay. Bag number 21. There's 27 bags. So I might go long tonight, just because, like, there's not really enough for a full extra stream. I mean, I can easily pay, you know, get some other stuff to do, but some small sets to do to finish up the stream on Friday, but Might just finish this. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel in a few minutes when we're finished with this bag. Alright. So, I need 5 red 6L beams, 6L bars with stops, and red lightsaber hilts. The set only takes 2 streams? Well, it's hard to say yet. It's hard to say yet. I mean, we haven't built the rocket yet. But it is 9:30. So we are getting close to when I should be wrapping up. I think it's like 2.5. So the question is, do I do an extra half stream now, or do I do the half stream next time? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Ooh, there is some flex there that I do not like. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so, let's see. Where is the halfway point of this? Halfway point is, like, right about here on the gantry. Okay, let's see. It's pretty wobbly. You can see how much it wobbles. Let's see if I do this. Okay. This goes on right in down here. Clip it in there. And nowhere else. All right. It'd be really nice if I had something to rest this on. That's a little bit tall. I don't like that. What else do I have? What else do I have? Because I'm a little afraid that this is going to break. It's rather difficult to do. I guess maybe that's kind of visible. Alright, let me move these parts to the other side. There we go. A little bit better. Alright. That in there, and that will... Ooh. it wants it to be. Where does it want it to grab? Oops. Ah, yeah, I think I put it on slightly wrong. Yeah, I did. Alright. It wants to go on this way with the 3L bar down near the bottom. It's still a little off. Huh. Can this go in further? Nope. Alright, what if I do this? That'll work. That's not how it indicates, but that is how I have to get it. There we go. Okay. So now we're gonna do some... Oh, great! Some stuff down at the bottom. Lovely. Lovely. Alright, I think we wait on those until we are done. Yeah, there we go. Alright, 4 of these sets of rods. Let's see. 3 of you. So this is going to be on this side here. Imagine if NASA had to build it like this because they didn't have enough a tall enough ceiling. I mean, they don't, actually. That's why it's built outside. Okay, so that's one of that. But also, they most definitely do have a tall enough ceiling for assembling the rocket. That's what the vehicle assembly building is. A building so large that it actually gets weather inside. That was for the Saturn V, originally. But also used for the space shuttle, probably for the Artemis. I would assume so. That's 3. Yeah, all it takes is enough circulating air. Oops. The vehicle assembly building is impressive. You got to tour it in and saw the remaining shuttles before they went to museums. Nice. Why always Saturn V? Why does no one talk about Saturn 1 through 4? Because there really weren't. There were Saturn 1s. Okay, so this goes in. Let's start at the bottom. I think there might have been a Saturn 4B. I think that was what the Apollo capsules used to get up to Skylab. Okay, so we got the 4 of those. Now we need 3. They're not quite the same. Just 2 of these and 2 of these. So they did have some like 1Bs, I think they were, for testing out the command module. like just in orbit kind of thing, and I think those were mostly unmanned, although the Apollo 1 retroactively, I think it was on one of those, you know, it got retroactively numbered because of the deaths in it. But then they did use, like, they didn't need that heavy lift vehicle to get to, just to orbit, to get into, like, to do the docking thing with the Soyuz capsule that they did. Why is this again not working? All right, well. Then we do it this way. And then, of course, to get to Skylab, they didn't need the whole heavy lift vehicle. Although they did use a Saturn V rocket to get Skylab into orbit, because that was just so big. There we go. All right, 2 more. All right, I'm going to put one of these on to see how it clips in. Oops. That was the wrong way anyway. Okay, that clips in fine. If you recall correctly, Skylab happened because the Apollo program was canceled and they had the extra rocket. I don't know if that was all. I mean, it may have made the Skylab project more financially feasible, and that's why I got greenlit. Something like, oh hey, we don't have to build a whole new rocket. Oh, good lord. Okay, so this is going to be things that I need to do at the bottom. All right, let's go back and do the things on the bottom, because that means that I can turn it, put it up. It was a great concept, one launch and done. Well, I mean, not entirely done, because they then had to send people up to it for a few years. Well, I mean, they didn't have to, but they did. Okay, so what is going to be the best positioning for this? Where is this going to go? That is going to go on this side. Okay. There we go. Oh. Just noticed that this came out over on this side. Should probably get that back in. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, back to this part. There is a really cool mock-up of Skylab at the Air and Space Museum in the Smithsonian. One of the best museums in the Smithsonian, which is full of great museums. Go to the Smithsonian every chance you get, and the Air Annex at Dulles. I've never actually been to the Annex. I was actually on my way to it. Like, I was like, finally, I'm gonna go see it. And then I was driving there, and then one of my the cylinders in my car decided to conk out. Probably, I mean, probably the spark plug or something like that. I don't know. I don't know engines. But basically, one of the cylinders was not firing, which is a very fun way of driving the car. And it's pretty obvious when it happens, like what has happened. Because it's like, you could feel the car just, like, chunk this way, like that. DC traffic always scares you. You can't imagine vehicle stress on top of it. It's bad, but it depends on the time. And depends on where you're going and everything. Like, I was going at, like, I don't know, 11 a.m. That's fine. But yeah, it really sucked. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we get this right on here. Put that down. There we go. Now, turn it around to the front, and we did have these two studs sticking out in the front. Try to stay in Springfield and park and take Metro most of your time when you go there. No traffic, no parking issues. That's true. Like, I mean, the Metro is a great way of going. Unfortunately for me, I would have to take the red line to do it, and that is no fun. Okay, so we have a completely external stair up to a walkway, and I think this is supposed to be a door here. Yeah, it could be a lot slower, especially, like, I would have to take the red line into DC and then transfer at the busiest station, Metro Center. And then take the Metro all the way out. It's less fun. Whereas if there's no traffic, it's a pretty easy half-hour drive. For me. You want a nap right now? Well, you can't go to sleep right now because, you know, streaming. You can only go to sleep after I'm done building. No, don't give him permission. Don't encourage him. He's got to stay awake. So he can count as a viewer and everything. And there will be minifigs eventually. No, I haven't really been paying attention to that kind of thing. Yep, alright. I need one more. It's more of a, like, limited attention. You know, I don't have the attention for, like, too many things are vying for my attention these days. Even someone asleep counts as a viewer? But he needs to interact. I gotta get these stats up, you know? crucial. I need more chatters. Alright. I need the angle connectors with studs. There's one, there's two. There we go. Okay. These are very squirrely. It is very easy for these to get twisted. There we go. And this is going to go on here. There we go. Some more piping. A 1x2 tile, ingot tile there. Good night, Artie. Alright, get that on there. And then... there we go. And there we go. All right. Okay, so we got these side ones. Now, we need to do... Let's see, get all these over here. Actually, I don't need that. Okay. That's one. That's two. That's three. And that is 4. Okay, now we get our 6L bars with stops in here. Yeah, I'm not sure where the all the shuttles are located. There is, I think it's Discovery at the Dulles Annex. But I know that there was a push for, like, some Texas location to try to take it away, which is garbage. Like, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum is the premier... I mean, the Smithsonian itself is the premier national museum. It should have one of the cool stuff, of all the cool stuff. Should organize people to blockade it, so they can't take it out. Get an act of Congress to order it moved back. They're doing that specifically because they hate DC. That's why it's happening. Oops. Get this turned. It is expensive to move, and the response to, like, if there's like, oh, it's too expensive to move back, because that's going to be an argument that's made. Then the response should be, you shouldn't have moved it in the first place. Because the idea of not having a shuttle in DC at the Air and Space Museum is just severely messed up. Other people deserve nice things too. Sure, there are multiple space shuttles. That is why there are multiple space shuttles. Oops, oh, I forgot to get that on there. But the Smithsonian is paid for in large part by tax dollars, whereas most other national tax dollars, federal tax dollars, whereas most other museums are not. It should have the stuff that is important to the nation. Since it is nationally endowed. Oops, I got that in the wrong side. That's going to look weird. Okay, there we go. All right. So turn this around. We get the dark gray. No, that's silver. All right. Okay, that goes right there. Okay, this one goes right there at an angle. This one goes right there, again at an angle. And these go right up against the edge. Right there. And right there. There we go. Okay, next up we have dark gray angle connector bars. Howdy, Minor Trader. How's it going? It is good to be streaming again. This is the first Wednesday in a little while, couple weeks. I did have a Wednesday, and then that night is when I realized that I was breaking out in hives. So that was fun. Okay, this goes right there. And this one goes right there. Okay. Alright, so spare parts. We got a red 6L bar with stop, a red 3L bar, dark gray 1x1 cylinder tile with top pin, and a gray 1x1 tile with round end. All those hives and no honey to show for it. I know, right? Okay. So that is the gantry, which is much too large to show on camera. I thought about saving this, but let's just go long tonight. Again, like, it's been a while since I've had a stream, so we can celebrate with a little bit of extra. Dark gray, a 2x4, 2x2, dark orange, 2x2 curved slopes, and a beige plate. There we go. Dark orange, 1x8 rail plates. Now, this is something that they've never done, is had the space shuttle external tank in this color, I don't think. I would love to get the space shuttle on the crawler. Wouldn't have to build a gantry for it, for one thing. So it's interesting that we're actually starting with the shell as opposed to, like, the core of it. I kind of expected they would start with the core and then put this on afterwards. Interesting design choice. Is it possible we'll one day get a Magic the Gathering CRPG? If one is not already around. Well, there was the old Chandelar game. Not Shalimar, Chandelar. It wasn't exactly an RPG, but you did wander around the world and fight other opponents through using Magic the Gathering. Alright, Seelan, have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much for coming on out. Are those black versions of the cotton candy beehive piece? They are gunmetal gray. But yes, it is the cotton candy beehive piece. Going to be used for rocket engines. Oops. Get you guys back on now that you're not getting bumped. It is on my list to eventually stream, because I am not good at that game, so I will need some help from viewers. But it's not something that I'm planning on streaming anytime soon. So I'll start up a stream sometime, and Bahamut won't be there, and I'll panic. I'll be like, oh god. Okay, and this goes on right there. Okay, now we are making the shell, I mean the core. Will there be a ghost in it? Oh, a ghost in the shell? I see what you did there. There is a new Ghost in the Shell out. I haven't watched any of it yet. I was under the impression it was a movie, but it's a TV show, so that not disappointing, but I really thought it was a movie. I don't know why I exactly thought it was a movie. I think just because it was a trailer. There was trailers out, but it is done in like a style trying to be accurate to the manga, which is pretty neat. I would love to see more stuff trying to do like retro style anime. I'm glad for that, Minor Trader. So I think these will be connections for the booster rockets. Oh, we're not making a whole core section, just a part of it right now, huh? Okay, there we go. Oh god, don't double stack these. These are so annoying to get apart when they're double stacked. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. Why do they do this to me? Gonna go look at the Magic the Gathering Chandelar's card list and see about making a deck. Well, okay, so the thing though, Bahamut, is that you start out with like a basic deck, and then you have to win more cards through fighting opponents, and you win and get ante. So you get cards from them. So part of the problem with the game is that you start out with a really crappy deck. Through pain, yes. There is a reason I have never gotten very far in that game. Okay, so we get our beehives. Skill being the the emphasis there. Tis not something I am endowed with when it comes to Magic the Gathering. All you need to do is summon Exodia, the Forbidden One. I don't even know what that's a reference to. The LEGO element used for the main engine nozzles was originally meant to depict a beehive, but is called Mini Hat number 54. It is a mini hat. There we go. So there's 4 nozzles, no, not 5. But it will stand tall. Just trust you on the deck building and you can make a decent deck. Alright. That goes right there. Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia was a 5-card special summon. Okay, I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, spare parts. We got a 2L bar with stop and a black and a black 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. My knowledge of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically limited to I can recognize the main character. I know it's card-based. There's something about a blue-eyed white dragon. And there is a female mage character with a very weird wizard hat. Or witch. Or something like that. That is the extent of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge. And I mostly know about that female witch mage character because there's a lot of fan art of her. I don't know what she's called. I just know that she exists. She's just a summon monster, not a main character? Okay. Alright, 2x3 in the middle. Is that last month a Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber you follow for a couple of years passed away? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If something were to happen to me, I have no idea how you guys would even learn about it, to be honest. Alright, double stack of 4x4 plates. Not a fan. Should leave a note for someone to tell you. Well, as long as it's not sudden, I will have an opportunity to, like, put down all my passwords and everything so that people can get my affairs in order. Okay, there we go. So that is flush there. We need a safe word on the Discord like ham. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too common there. You're not... No, okay, it's just one of these. Okay. Okay, 1x2 rail plates. There we go. Now, we get the 1x8 rail plates here. I mean, if I post something, like, under my username to indicate that I have passed on, it's not going to be me doing the posting. Because, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not haunting you guys. I'm not going to haunt the Discord. I got better places to haunt. Oops. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this goes here. Okay. You don't think I get a choice to where I haunt? I'm pretty sure sometimes you do. I will make sure that I have a choice. No ghost dragon in the machine? I mean, there might be a ghost dragon in the machine, just probably not that particular one. Two by two cylinder tile in there for some reason. Okay. 1x1 to 1x1 upward brackets here, and curved slopes, 1x2 slopes here and here. All eternally trapped in a robot body, unable to enjoy ham. But if I have manipulators, then I would be able to enjoy building Lego. The core stage was developed specifically for the SLS. It consists of propellant tanks, avionics, and related equipment. The 4 RS-25 engines provide attachment points for the boosters. Okay, so this goes right there. All right, bag number 24. Not sure how good Tachikoma hands would be for Lego. Yeah, there's some bowing. It's not affixed to anything yet. It'll straighten out when we get something on the other side or on the side. It is to be expected right now. Okay, 2 of these. Black 1x4 plates with rounded ends. There's a theory that AI will become the next race. If you mean large language models, then no. Or do you mean the next, like, space race kind of thing? I would still say no. And the reason is this. The issue with one of the big issues with large language models is that to make them even better, you need like way more processing power than we can even conceive of. The next race, like it will live on beyond us. It would need to be intelligent first, though, and it's not intelligent, and it can't be intelligent with the way it's built right now. Like sapient. Yeah, no, there's no way. Probably the people saying that are the people also hyping up AI. Yeah, I love how as soon as they started, like doing the tokens to do like, per usage kind of thing, immediately everyone, like, so many people started whining and basically like they weren't realizing it, but they should have been, how economically unfeasible it is. Yeah, I mean, like the big use for AI is actually in illegal stuff. That's kind of a problem. Like, it's going to be very, very good at making deceptive videos. That's not good. You kind of don't want that. Let's start working on this one. Get down to that point. Now, I mean, one of the big reasons why it's not going to pan out, though, is simply because it has such a negative reputation to so many people. And things that look AI have such a negative reputation. Someone used an AI to port Command and Conquer? You mean like reprogram it for a different system? Yeah, I mean, I think that there might be some good use for it in terms of like a very specialized use. There's going to be use for it. programming, maybe. I don't know enough about it in that field to say for sure, but I've seen people who poo-poo it for other uses say it does pretty good at that. And like with very specialized data sets, it's going to be, you know, it might be useful for aggregating data kind of thing. Here's something that you'd like to know, but if it's not the place you can drop it, let's say restaurants want to fully automate things, replacing most of their employees. If stuff breaks, will people have easy access to the brains and material to fix it? Or is the restaurant going to be closed for a few days? So I don't think that they can automate. The problem is like there's no, like, I don't think they could automate like cooking and cleaning and stuff like that, and like moving things around. We don't have the technology to do that very well yet. So I don't think that's too likely to happen anytime soon. Like, I think it's still going to be cheaper and easier to just hire people. And like most of the ways of actually doing that anyway is more about automation rather than AI. Like, you can already, like, order food from McDonald's and stuff online. So as long as you're not asking specifically for, like, you know, something that's not on the menu or whatever. You know, automated systems can already do that, the ordering part. Automats were a thing decades ago, but humans still need to make the food. Yeah. And even if, like, you can automate food making, but what you get is, you know, your standard frozen food fare. Like humans aren't cooking that stuff. That's automated. But it's, like, lower quality than you get at a restaurant. There's a reason why you want to go to a restaurant. So I don't think anyone is going to go to a restaurant to get, you know, robot-created food. You might go once just to say you did, sure. But I don't think it would be that useful. I don't think it would just do well enough to make it viable. You know, with the except, you know, like it might replace some elements of fast food making and stuff like that. But even so, you need machines to, like, put it together and move it around, and all of that is actually pretty expensive. Like, there might be some like replacement of fast food, but even then. We'll train ducks to do that. I mean, I don't put it past businesses to want to replace their workers with machines. They have the bartender machines, but drink mixing is a fairly simple compared to cooking. Yeah, because you can just measure, like, have the system measure out exactly, you know, how much to put in to make, you know, X drink and stuff like that. But even then, like, people go to bars not just to drink. I mean, some people do, obviously, but for the most part, it's like the atmosphere, and the atmosphere would not be the same with an automated system. Tell the machine shaken, not stirred. Two-Finger Joe? Nah, I think you're talking about shaking hands with danger. I mean, anything that's just based on measuring, you can automate. But it takes a bespoke machine to do that. Is it cheaper, you know, is it cheaper to buy that bespoke machine or to get a person? Yeah, I don't know. Probably not the machine. Like, service-related jobs are one of the things that is going to be the hardest to automate and replace. Like, you can automate checkout at a grocery store. You can't automate stocking the shelves. "562 cables run through the real-life core stage, a total of 45 miles, 72 kilometers. The engine section alone contains 231 cables." Okay, there we go. That's one side. You know, there were humans that got frustrated with the Star Trek replicators. There was a person who just wanted tomato soup and got hit with the computer. It was like there were 500 plus tomato soup recipes and started spatting out lists. I mean, that's more of a joke. But yeah, I mean, like, Star Trek very much hand waves away a lot of very specific details that are kind of impossible. Like, where does Odo's communicator comm badge go when he turns into another form? Who knows? Doesn't matter. Don't question it. It's just a show. All right, spare parts. 1x1 tile slopes in dark orange and white. Those are the extra parts. Okay, and this goes on here. Right there. Right there. Right there. And right there. There we go. And then this one. Right there. 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 And there. There we go. This is a little wobbly there. Still stuck on Warp 13 existing? You think even in Star Trek you still had biological humans cooking in the spaceships? So they would in that, like, to make the recipes to replicate, someone would cook it and then put it in the replicator, and the replicator would dematerialize and examine it. The multiple colors of the first rocket stage are due to different types of foam insulation. The coating gets darker the longer it is exposed to sunlight. Alright, there are some stickers that would get put on, and I am not putting those on. Alright, bag number 25. Well, I mean, again, like, the thing is like, how does the replicator know exactly how hot is when Jean-Luc Picard orders Earl Grey hot? Because he's programmed it. He said, "This is what I want when I say Earl Grey hot." You're expecting 2x2 cylinders? Well, there will probably be... Well, actually, no, I don't... There might... There is going to be some up near the top, I think. Maybe. But for the most part, not too many. This is a little bit too large for that. Yes. Correct. That is why Neelix was a thing. What did they do about that after Neelix left? I don't remember. Hasn't been that long. I think they just kind of ignored the mess hall. Or at least the how you get your food. Well, yeah, but did you actually see who it was? Because I don't remember that. Just a reference? Ah, okay, fair enough. I mean, once you don't have a character for it, then yeah, you don't really need to reference it anymore. Is that the one where they kind of look a little weird? I've been kind of turned off by that because they don't quite look right to me. Also, I'm not sure that it would be Scrooge McDuck if it's not Alan Young. I should rewatch some of the old DuckTales. Okay, this slides on there and there. You were skeptical at first, but it's quite genius? Oh, well, alright, that makes me more interested. You rewatched all the classics first? Do they hold up? That's good. It has been a very long time since I rewatched DuckTales. Like, I tried rewatching some Transformers, and it doesn't really... Some of it holds up, but it's a little too hit and miss. Definitely not a cartoon for today's audience, though. Yeah, but I mean, like, some of that is just... you can... Most people, I should say, can, like... It was a different time. Yeah, like, I mean, watching Star Trek the original series, it's very much one of those situations of, like, wow, very progressive on race issues, but, oh my god, the misogyny. All right, there we go. We got most of the primary rocket here. It's got 4 nozzles down there, not 5. I would have expected 5. All right, 26. Yeah, not even really half of a stream here. These are going to be for the boosters. And we are going to need the 2 32L axles here. Hey, here's some 2x2 cylinders. There you go. Probably for putting inside there. Okay, so... Pretty sure we need to match these up. There we go. So we got the 3x3 pulleys. Then a 3x3x2 cylinder with a 2x2 cylinder in for connection. There was a Reddit post asking what caused a transporter malfunction in the Star Trek movie with V'ger, and someone was like, it was the backup sensor that caused the malfunction. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, though, specifically. If you watch the movie, you'll see that Decker was working on the transporter when Kirk came down and ordered him up to the bridge. So we got white half barrels, which are very cool. So, like, if Kirk hadn't interrupted him, he might have caught that. Okay, we get, let's see, friction pins right there, and right there, there, and there. One thing that I find interesting about the movie is like what the actors were saying about it. When if you watch it and you really pay attention, it's very much a character study. Like there's a lot of character stuff going on, and I'm not entirely sure that the actors realized it. Are we doing 2 of these at once? Hold on. Nope, we are making them separately. Okay. Might be because of the stickers. There we go. After the SLS launches, the boosters operate for about 2 minutes, then separate from the core stage. They were too distracted by the uncomfortable gray uniforms. Yeah, glad that those went away. Okay, so we have some printing on these, on this one. And that goes on all the way down. There we go. The only thing you loved about that movie was V'ger? I think that Star Trek: The Motion Picture is really good. Like, you kind of have to be in the right mindset to watch it, I guess. Like, it's not an action film. And I do, I really applaud them for doing that when they could have just had, you know, like, Star Wars, like Star Trek, but it's like Star Wars. Oh, sure. I mean, like, yeah, and, like, favorite part. Wrong movie, not a rogue AI. You gotta wait for that one. All of the movies are on Tubi this month, by the way. For anyone interested. Like, all of the characters in that are just, like, not really feeling their place in life kind of thing. You know, and it takes until Spock mind melds with V'ger to realize that how important emotions actually are for him. There's 2 and 3. You'll queue them up and only watch the even ones? I think the other ones are still worth watching. Even 5. 5 has some redeeming qualities. I mean, it does have David Warner in it. I do remember there was like for the longest time there was like a scene, and I couldn't remember what Star Trek movie it was, and I watched like all the Star Trek movies except 5, and I couldn't find it. Yes, 5 was the God Needs a Starship one. That is the one that Shatner directed. For all the shit 5 gets, it does play hard on life regrets and how they shape us. Yeah. Yeah, I think like 5's main issue is just that it's the lowest point of the series, so, you know, it's gonna get some crap for that. Like, no matter how good it is, being the worst, even if it's good, is still gonna, you know, lead to some comments. It was also the gratuitous fan dance, yeah. But it was like, I watched all the movies, and I was like, where is this scene? And then I watched 5, and I was like, oh, that's why. That's why I couldn't find it. Yeah, some of the TNG movies, the last 2 TNG movies are worse than 5, probably. I don't think I've ever seen not Insurrection. What is the final one with Romulans? I've never seen that one. Isn't that in 6, Vigistry? You found the Enterprise? You mean the Enterprise series? Yeah, Insurrection was okay. Just like, but like I when I saw like stuff about Nemesis, I was like, no, I'm good. I'm happy with my. I'm happy with where my memories are of the series. I mean, there might be that. It might be in the same movie. Like, Wait a second. That is not blank. All right. That goes over there. Having some of these be printed and some of them not is actually really annoying. So Savick in Star Trek II was originally supposed to be half Romulan as well, but they like cut out all the comments. That's why she's a bit more emotional. Why does Star Trek keep wanting RoboCop to be a villain? What else has Peter Weller been a villain in? I only remember remember Enterprise. This is way past your bedtime, mind you. Well, I mean, this will be up as VODs. Oh, he was in Into Darkness? Oh, okay. That would explain why I didn't know that, because I have not seen that, and I have no plans to. I watched the first reboot, and I was like, nope, I'm good. I do not like reboots. I do not like it's yes, correct, Vigistry. That is actually correct. Like, I don't like alternate continuity in general, because like when it's explicitly tied to the original, like Gundam alternate continuity, it's not tied to the original, so it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't... it doesn't like have an effect on the original series in that way. But those Star Trek movies do. It's not a like G-Quux wasn't a reboot though. Like these were attempts at rebooting this series with but still being tied to the original, kind of like to try to get the fans in, like the original fans in. That's not good. Like the main reason that I feel this way is that if you have like an alternate continuity reboot where you're basically going back and doing like branching off, and you're basically saying, hey, all of this stuff that you know and love, guess what? Doesn't matter anymore. You know, that time you spent learning about all of this stuff, you know, whether intentionally or not, well, guess what? You wasted your time. Doesn't matter anymore. That I have a problem with. Okay, so let's see. We got that there. So this goes on right here and here. There we go. So there is one of the boosters. Oh, but speaking of the reboot Star Treks, I was watching. Was it Along Came a Spider? Yeah, the second of the Alex Cross movies with Morgan Freeman, and there's a little Russian kid in it, and that's Anton Yelchin. Just a fun little side note that's related to that. Yeah, passed away much too young. But that's gonna happen with car accidents. Twitch doesn't like the word tripod, apparently. I've never seen Twitch have a problem with any words, actually. There we go. Alright, now the 32L axle. Okay. This slides on down there. Okay. I haven't watched any of the new Trek either. The only one that I really like want to see is Lower Decks. Because I don't think that speaking in kind of a way that doesn't really fit Star Trek, I don't think it would bother me as much when it's intentionally a comedy show. Like, I've just seen clips of the others, and it's like, it does not attract me. All right, 1, 2, and 3. Strange New Worlds also have the old Trek feel. Like, I've seen clips and they're talking in, like, very non-professional manner. And I think that's one of my issues. If you watch old Trek, and I mean like any old Trek, from Star Trek, the original series, over on to TNG, DS9, Enterprise, Voyager. In all of them, they're professional. Like, even when, like, there's some banter amongst friends and stuff like that, sure, but even then, it's kind of like, you know, they're in a workplace. Compared to New Trek, yes. So there's some NASA stickers, not putting them on. And I think that's the main reason why, well, that and these, the printed ones, these are the main reasons why they are building this separately, even though the actual build is the same. And I think, like, one of the reasons that it does that is because the idea was to make Star Trek shows that felt timeless. And if you watch, like, if you watch the original series, for the most part, the language doesn't feel stilted. Like, you don't have anyone saying, "Whoa, groovy," kind of thing. Or at least no one on the main cast. There was that one episode that has, like, hippies. Space hippies. And you get the same thing in, you know, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. Yeah, like, from what I've seen, Starfleet Academy doesn't look like anything like we've seen Starfleet Academy looks like in the past. And I don't just mean, like, in terms of its actual look. I mean, like, in terms of how the characters act and everything like that. Why would you even accept a candidate who would accidentally swallow a comm badge? Yeah. How would you even accidentally swallow a comm badge? Like, how is that a thing that is possible to do? Alright, so spare parts. We got a black friction pin. And now we get the booster clipped in here. There we go. Yeah, they're pretty big. I'm not even sure how it would fit in your throat, kind of thing. The cone element at the top of the boosters was already used in 1979 LEGO Classic Space Rockets, but had a solid stud with a LEGO logo. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be standing this up before the camera either, considering how close it is to the camera already. And the final bag. You think Star Trek Academy was to show that the Federation was in collapse? Maybe? I think it just might be that Alex Kurtzman doesn't know what he's doing. So interesting here is that this is... I think the mold has been modified, but I believe that this was originally... This shape was originally a Millennium Falcon cockpit canopy. Now, I think it only had, like, some studs here, and then I think this was all semi-solid. Not, like, a full brick thickness, but it definitely didn't have this kind of thickness here, though. Okay, so let's put that there. So there's more studs there. I was wondering about that. That is because this part here is going to be easy to pop off, and the other part is not. Well, that to me, Bahamut, sounds like people who, again, don't know what Star Trek is supposed to be all about, deciding to shake things up for the sake of shaking things up. They probably formerly worked at Wizards of the Coast. Whatever else you think of Academy, can we agree that the medical tricorder callback is the second best Star Trek callback of all time? I don't know what it is, so I can't agree to that. I don't know what it is. So get that in there, and that goes right in there. Okay, on the bottom... We get another orange. We have not gotten an extra one of these, which is interesting. Normally you get an extra 6L bar with stop, and we have not gotten an extra orange one. It's very weird. But we slide that into the cone. New edition Apocalypse design philosophy? Yeah, basically. Not a fan. Okay, so that goes up there. I don't think I ever quite realized that the steering wheel was exactly 3x3. Okay, some stickers would go on here. On the outside, NASA and ESA. We have a 2x2 stubby cone. This is originally used for like some of the astromech droids that are not R2-D2 and not as dome shape, but the cone shape. But we've got some printing on this. So a hatch there. USA flag. Not sure if that's ESA or NASA. Probably ESA. Some windows. Wasn't D&D 2E born from an apocalyptical scenario that is to say the time of troubles? It wasn't apocalyptic. It was a realms shaking event, but it was not a realms shattering event. And also, like, that was only the Forgotten Realms, that wasn't all of 2E. Like, there was an adventure, a generic adventure in 2E that was basically designed to set up the changes for 3E, called the Apocalypse Stone, if I remember correctly. I haven't looked at that adventure in too much detail, but it came out like right at the end, and it was designed to shake up your campaign. But there wasn't anything like that between 1E and 2E, and in fact, you could still play. You could piecemeal migrate to 2E. Alright, so we've got 1x4 dark blue solar panel. Oh, shoot. I did that wrong. There we go. Had to pull it off to turn it. But also, like, there was a lot of stuff later. I mean, there was stuff periodically in every edition where things were changed just to change it. Like, oh, we gotta shake things up just to shake things up. You don't have to shake things up just to shake things up, by the way. Okay, so that goes right in there, does it? No, I guess it doesn't. It is just supposed to rest on there. All right. There we go. Then we get the... Let's see, how is this going? There we go. So we got a white 4x4 cone, but with some printing on it, including a hatch. There is the hatch. We got American flags, NASA, American flag. And it is a hollow cone. Make sure the astronauts can unlock the hatch, unlike Apollo 1. Yep. They have done it that way forever now. 1x1 cylinder plates with hollow studs. A classic flanged rocket engine. Two candlesticks, and that is it. And that fits... Oh, right. There's a 1x1 cylinder right there. And that fits right there in the top. It can rotate, though. Okay, so we want to get this. Okay, actually, I did screw this up. Just to be on the safe side, let's do that. Just so that it is set up properly. There we go. So that this hatch will be where it should be for access on the gantry. Okay, get that in there. Fit that right in there. Okay, so there's a pair of things that will attach on there. Like in real life, the whole rocket rests on the skirts of the boosters. Okay, it's showing how to remove the stuff, and then we make a stand. So we can put out the lander portion, which you can't. Well, there might be something that allows you to put something inside there instead. We'll see in a moment. So a little stand for the spacecraft itself. We'll take it out in a second so that we can show it. And it just goes on right in there. Okay, so take these off. Take that out. Oops. So on top of that, we put this. And put this back in. And slide that in there. Yep, alright, so there we go. And then we can unfold this. How did this actually connect on? Oh, right. right in the back. That's right. There we go. There we go. So we got our spacecraft. And then a sticker would go on here, so you could have your details. And there you go, you got a little placard. Alright, so spare parts, a white 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud, and a blue 1x1 cylinder plate. Those are our spare parts. This is the whole Artemis rocket, minus a bunch of stickers, of course. Let's move these out of the way. Move that. Slip this right in there. So you can see that it is indeed resting on the skirts there. There is something going right up the middle, though, as well, to keep it locked in place. Then, let's move this up. There we go. Not that you can see it. So kind of hard for me to show off, like, to show the whole thing right now. One of the scenes you best remember from the movie Apollo 13 was Tom Hanks explaining the Apollo 1 disaster to his son. Yeah. You'd be very concerned if your ship were partially made of candlesticks? Yeah, but it's Lego, so it's okay. So this is the kind of the best view that I can give. Let me see if I can carefully tilt it back. So, kind of hard for me to show more off. It's about the best I can do. I will try to take some pictures, though, because it's very, very tall. There's like about this much up past the top of the camera, let alone, you know, right up here at the camera. All right, Vigastry, have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much for coming on out. Here's our little bits there. But before we tap out for the night, let's go ahead and do some minifigs. So sorry I can't like show the whole thing on stream. It is a bit tall for that. But we'll go ahead and do some minifigs in exchange. All right. 1d6, 5, so we're going there. D20. Okay, got to re-roll because that was a 20. 2, 1, and 2. Well, we're at minifigs, so it's just a matter of minutes until we're done anyway. All right, so start a prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Get your predictions in. Let's go ahead and roll to see what... nope, that's an 18. 6. All right, that is the Bagpiper. Let me go ahead and get my timer ready. There we go. Alright, so 14 for Not a Rogue AI. That would be the Black Knight, the Boar Knight. 7 for Bahamut. That would be the Evil Knievel. And 15 for Shield of Hope. That would be the Punk Rocker. So go ahead and get your predictions in. Let's see. A couple more pages. Lots of pages of parts. While we're looking, do we have any large numbers of parts? Let's see. What do we got? Probably not in the white. Probably need to get to like gray and stuff. 48 gray 6L bars with stops, 34 gray lightsaber hilts, 128 bar holders with bars. That's quite a few. 88 gray taps. That's quite a few. All right, just a few seconds remaining. Get your predictions in if you haven't yet. 104 Technic pin connectors. That's a lot in gray. Alright, predictions are closed. Alright, timer is ready, and go. A NASA ground crew and a Minotaur astronaut looking at Mars and a Leonin rocketeer, huh? Alright, okay. 11.93, I believe that we have the nerd. I believe that we have the computer nerd. And we do, in fact, have the computer nerd. Alright, so that was 11.93. Let's choose the outcome. That was within 20 seconds. Complete that prediction. Who is getting all the hams? Alright, Kinshear getting all the hams. With only 10 points, but only 621. That's not a whole lot. No one went for 20 to 50. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60, and Bahamut going for no. We have, oh yeah, we have definitely hemorrhaged viewers. So apparently going late does mean fewer viewers. That is something good to keep in mind. Another Clark Kent? Kind of. Except he's definitely a computer nerd. He's got a... So I felt the laptop piece. All right, let's zoom on in. So there we go. See, he's got C prompt. I do like the sweater. I like that. It's a pretty nice sweater. He does have tape on his glasses. It's really hard to tell. It is this like tiny little speck of white there at the center of his glasses. I should get this back on the rocket. There we go. Actually, let's go all the way back. There we go. All right. Looks like he wants us to come into work on Saturday. He probably would not find working on Saturday objectionable because he probably likes it. Can't see it and refuses to change resolution to see it. I'm not even sure if it would pick up on the camera, so I don't know that you can see it. All right. So that was I did not mark that one down. Let's go ahead and mark that down. All right. Next up, we've got Series 10. He's so nerdy, he still uses command prompt. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously he loves DOSBox. All right, 3. So we're going into the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, D10. 1. First one. All right, start a prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Get your predictions in. go ahead and roll. 7. All right, so that would be the bee girl. All right, so 9 for Bahamut. That would be the paintballer. 16 for Shield of Hope. That would be the grease monkey. 9 for Nadaroge Eye. That would also be the paintballer. So go ahead and get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Let's go ahead and reset my timer. No fair, I'll change the result by measuring it. We're not talking about quantum mechanics here. Sheesh. A Minotaur planet terraforming expert and a Leonin scientist. Just generic scientist. He just does science. Nothing in particular, just science. Alright, 50 seconds remaining. Get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Yes, just generic science stuff. Yeah. Omnidisciplinary scientist, yeah. Well, I mean, that's good if you... It's a good, good thing if you can get it. Brain too tired to think. Or to spell two correctly. 20 seconds remaining. Get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? See, too tired. A proper pulp protagonist. Wow, you're gonna pulp a protagonist? That's gross. Alright, predictions are closed. And go. So that's the torso. Okay, we got some big hair here. What is that? Nope, okay. 23.93. I do believe that we have the Amazon Warrior. Cloak of Blending 3-speed. I love that. I should really give... Uh-oh. Well. It is correct, and one of the pieces has gone on the floor, but there it is. Luckily, I was able to get it with dexterous toes. Alright, so that was a 23.93. So let's choose the outcome at 20 to 50 seconds. Complete that prediction. I felt the hair, and it was throwing me off because of this long part here. Alright, Lord Canis getting all the hams. You won a grand total of an extra 60 hams, Lord Canis. Kinshear going for within 20 seconds. No one going for 50 to 60, and Bahamut going for no. Alright, so this is the Amazon Warrior. Get a nice zoom in on her momentarily. Now these are fun dual-molded spears. The 60 hams can mean the difference between life and death. The 60 hams would mean the difference between life or death if you were starving. That is true. So we got a nice decorated armor torso, decorated legs torso, kind of like the leather skirt. Eagle on the shield. Dual-molded spear, the dark brown spear shaft itself, and then soft. You can see the spear tip flexing a little bit. And actually, if you look closely, you can actually see the part of the spear sticking up that the spear tip is wrapped around. I always wonder if they have like a fill for this part so that when they just do this mold and then they take it out and then do that. I don't know how that works. Anyway, so really nice minifig for like castle or, you know, castle related stuff, and so really nice. Standard hairpiece, but you know, nice face as well. Nice minifig head. But definitely a great torso and legs. And the nice nice shield. That spear is a bad spear if the metal part is that flexible. You can bend it like that. It's because it's a toy. Alright, I did mark that off. Alright. So that is that one. Now, for the final minifig, we're finally dipping into... We have no more fills, so I can't put any more in. Yeah, it's the more rubbery plastic. Alright, 1. So we're going over there. So let's grab the D10. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I have nothing to fill that with. Okay. So let's start the prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? Get your predictions in. Oops. Let's get my scale out, get the minifig over there. So the only one that we have not gotten so far is the Dalmatian. We are out of koalas. Get my D12 ready to roll. So 4 for Nautirogai, that would be the monkey. 8 for Bahamut, that would be the crocodile. Just going to tweak Bahamut here and guess 11, and that would be the lion. You're being unserious. Unserious in a LEGO stream? Ugh. How dare. How dare. Alright, got my scanner up and ready. So get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig box? I will shake it and make a guess. I will roll a die, and then I will weigh it. We will see. Let's actually get onto the weights. A Minotaur Space Opera Singer and a Leonin Stargazer. Has there ever been an actual space opera that was an opera? 7 for Shield of Hope. That would be the Dalmatian. That is the one that we need before we can move on to the next set. Next set. So get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? There was a Klingon opera? Well, I mean, like, an actual opera that is a space opera. There should be if there hasn't been. Alright, just a few seconds remaining. Get your predictions in if you haven't yet. Can I guess what is inside the minifig box? Okay, predictions are closed. Let's go ahead and shake it. Alright, I'm definitely hearing a lot of pieces. I'm going to say that it is the frog. That is my guess. 9, that would be the dolphin. Let's go ahead and weigh it. 17.22. Probably not the frog. Could be the rabbit. Could be the dolphin, though. I'm going to say that the weight is the rabbit. I don't think that's accurate, but that is the closest that the weight is giving. Alright, so I said frog, die said dolphin, weight says rabbit. Let's see what we got. It is the frog costume. Alright. Yes with guess correct. Alright. So let's choose our outcome. Oh, let's complete that prediction. Guess who gets all the hams? I get all the hams. 2,384 hams all going to me. So good. Shield of Hope going for yes with die roll. Lord Canis going for yes with weight. And a Bahamut going for no. But I get all the hams. See, if someone, there are more viewers than just 3. If one of you had put 10 hams down, you'd had a lot of hams. You would have had a lot of extra hams. Okay, the hat actually looks like a funny frog without the minifig head in it. I like that. So the jar of bubbles right there. Bubbles! Alright, so he's going to be blowing some bubbles. Let's go ahead and zoom in on him. There we go. See, he's got his jar of bubbles, blowing his bubbles. It's a very cool new dome piece. This fits the 1x3 arch. This fits within that, so that's very cool. And we have a printed bubbles cylinder there, also very cool. Some printing on the back as well. Dual molded legs. Alright, and we get 3 extra pieces. This is one of the reasons why it sounded like there were a lot of pieces in it. Spare 1x1 cylinder plate with bar in white, 1x1 tile in a cylinder tile in white, and the pearlescent clear 1x1 dome. Very cool. I don't think we got those extras in the last one. Alright. So that is going to wrap us up for tonight. I apologize for not being able to show off the entire rocket on stream screen, because it's just that big. But we will be back on Friday for some more Lego building. I might start another big one, because I got a lot of big ones to do that are going to be multiple streams, and I'd kind of like to start knocking them out now that I'm feeling good enough to get back to streaming. But we'll see. I might just do a one-off just so that we start a longer stream on Wednesday. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I got a lot of those too, so, you know. We'll be back on Saturday for some more Spelljammer. We will be back on Monday for some more Dragon Quest VII. And then we'll be back next Wednesday for some more Lego building. I want to thank you guys for coming on out, and I shall see you next time. See you then, everyone.